It's my pleasure to welcome us all to this town gown dialogue, the Roundtable, pre our exhibition in December. It's been organized by the Ui-Resdev Committee of the University under the supervision of the Office of Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Strategic Partnerships. May I request that we rise for the anthems to please start this program. It's my pleasure to welcome us to this town roundtable organized by the SAHEED committee with the theme Beyond the Gate, Translating Research into Societal Impact and Commercialization. Should be no surprise to anyone that we are having such a theme, given that the vision of the university is to be a world-class institution for academic excellence geared towards meeting societal needs. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you, and I'd like to introduce the key officers of the university on the high table. The Vice Chancellor is being ably represented by the convener. You will see that because this project is under her purview. So she has two roles here this morning. She is representing the Vice Chancellor, and she's also representing herself as the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Strategic Partnerships. Please let's welcome Professor Simisola O. It is a university function, and it is expected that all principal officers of the university would be around. While we are waiting the arrival of the others, I'd like to recognize the presence of the university librarian, Dr. Mercy Iruaganachi. The committee has a chairman, and it is through his tireless efforts that this project has been put together. Please let's appreciate Professor Fadoju, Andrew Fadoju. Also on the high table, representing the Director of the Research Management Office is Dr. AYOOLA. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, why are we here? It's my pleasure to invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Strategic Partnerships, Professor Akintola, to give a welcome address. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Ui-Resdev, I welcome you. The University Librarian, the Chair of REBORTIC, Deans and Heads of Departments here present, fellow colleagues, scholars, professors, and lecturers of the University of Ibadan, our distinguished guests from the industry, our students, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Like I say, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, the entire management of the university, and the Ui-Resdev, which has the privilege of convening today's conversation, it is my honor and privilege to welcome you to this roundtable. I particularly acknowledge those of us joining us from outside the university, from the industry, from government, from our partner institutions. You did not have to be here this morning, but the fact that you are here tells us something important about the conversation of town and gown that we are about to have. Today's theme for today's conversation, Beyond the Gate, translating research into societal impact of commercialization, could not be more fitting for where this university stands at this moment in history. For those of us who work within this work, the gate, as we have put it, is not that old wrought iron structure that welcomes visitors to the University of Ibadan. It is actually a metaphor of something older, stronger, and sometimes immutable. It is a metaphor for the invincible boundary that has too long separated the knowledge we generate within this world and the lives outside of this world that it is meant to improve. For instance, a dissertation that is shelved, a PhD thesis that stays on the shelf, a patentable innovation left in the laboratory notebook, a policy brief that you wrote that has never left that laptop. So our task as town and gown is to break down such boundaries. So we're not talking about the physical gate, which stands as a proud symbol of our heritage since 1948, but the conceptual one that keeps research and society as strange bedmates. I stand before you today wearing two related hats.
as Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research, Innovation and Strategic Partnerships, and as the convener of the Ui-Resdev, a body that was constituted for research and innovation, and one that is convening this roundtable. One of the things that I am sure this roundtable should achieve is how does a university turn scholarship into value, into money, into something worth our while. In the few months that I have assumed office, I have had the honor and privilege of sitting across the table from partners who are asking me, on behalf of the university, these same questions. So these partners are on the other side of the gate, and some of them we have invited today. These conversations have convinced me 3 things which I offer today to guide your discussions if they are not part of it, or for you to consider. One is that there is no shortage of research in the University of Ibadan. If you are from the industry, if you are from the government, I am not speaking with both sides of my mouth. I say it with pride and authoritatively that there is no shortage of research. What there is shortage of is the translation. The University of Ibadan and its scholars do not lack ideas, data, or discovery. What we have historically lacked is the connection between the offices, the frameworks, and the incentives. We carry a research finding from the bench, from the lab, or from an office to the factory floor, from policy to the houses of assembly. That is what we have lacked. 2, we should learn that commercialization is not a betrayal of scholarship. That because a scholar is looking for ways to make some money from the knowledge he generates, does not make him a greedy scholar. It is the fulfillment of his work. 3, what we are talking about today cannot be the university's work alone. Town and gown must build together. Industry should bring the capital, the market discipline, and the urgency of deadlines. Government brings policy instruments and public infrastructure. Civil society brings proximity to the real need. So today, I am sure we will have government, we will have industry, we will have the civil society. None of us can walk this walk alone, and none of us should try to do it. So, allow me to concretize what this roundtable should do or will do. Within RESDEF itself, we are undertaking a reform of research governance structure. We are trying to bring to the table SAHEED, our RMO, our CIPA, all of these people that feed postgraduate college and all this, that feed into the research ecosystem. They are the plumbing works. Before research can travel beyond the gates, it must move smoothly around these bodies. Secondly, we are engaging industry directly through concept notes that my office has written and partnership frameworks with organizations. We are strengthening, thirdly, we are strengthening our innovation ecosystem with partners. And through the CEI too, we have had associations, and events with some of these partners. Through my office too, we are building international research and training bridges with institutions such as the RICA, the Tohoku University in Japan, Hiroshima, Euromed of Morocco, University of Fez, quite a number, because commercialization and impact today are rarely confined within national borders. Critically, we are equipping our researchers with tools of intellectual property. This is the unglamorous side of my work, the behind the scenes that nobody sees. MOU signing, legal frameworks, governance structures, that is the behind the scenes work that I do as DVC. Honestly, we will be doing this roundtable a disservice if I painted a picture of everything is well and hunky-dory. Translating research into impact can be hard. It is hard for reasons that are structural and not only attitudinal. Our researchers should be incentivized for commercialization. Promotion criteria too incentivizes, but promotion criteria still privileges publication over patents, citation over license. All this will change when we actually go into commercialization. I raise this not as a complaint, but as an invitation to you scholars coming to this roundtable with industry. So what I am asking of this room, to my colleagues here and to our friends in the industry, tell us, to our friends from the industry, tell us in clear terms what you need from a research partner. Don't speak with both sides of the mouth. Don't try and pad it. Exactly what you need from a research partner, tell us. Don't assume that we know. Not what you assume a university can offer. Don't assume that they are paper people. Exactly what you want, tell us. Don't assume that this is what we can offer. But what would actually change your investment calculus is what I want you to tell us. Nobody throws good money after bad. So if you are putting your money into a matter, tell us exactly what it should constitute. Bring us your unsolved problems, not your corporate social responsibility budgets. We want to be an answer to your problems. To my colleagues, here, listen. Take whatever it is that is said as feedback. To our friends from government, align policy and procurement so that homegrown innovation has a fair customer in the Nigerian state itself. To my colleagues again here, let us treat commercialization not as a distraction from our academic mission. Let us see it as part of the research that we are conducting. An innovation that survives contact with the market has passed a test that peer review alone cannot administer. And to everyone gathered here today, let us live today with fewer communiques and more commitments, specific commitments with dates and timelines owned by specific individuals on both sides of this gate. The gate of the University of Ibadan has stood since 1948. It has watched generations pass through it, carrying knowledge out into Nigeria and in the world. Our obligation now is not to lower the standard, but to make it truly strong and tall, so that ideas move out as readily as people do, and so that societies need moving with the equal ease to shape questions that we choose to ask. I welcome you once again, and I look forward to a rich exchange this morning and to the partnerships that this roundtable will build. Thank you for listening.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that clapping was for the GBC. Now give her another round of clapping for Vice Chancellor. The Ui-Resdev committee has existed with the assistance of a well-recognized organization in Western Nigeria, and that is the Dawn Commission. Please help me welcome the DG of the Dawn Commission, Dr. Ui-Resdev, to the High Court. And then while the Vice Chancellor's address was being presented, the Registrar of the University came in. It's my pleasure to recognize Mr. Gani Oke SAHEED, Registrar University of Ibadan. And then you'll see on the program that we have a keynote speaker for today. He's a great alumnus of this university. He is one of our donations to the world. Help me welcome DR.OLUSOLA AYOOLA, founder Robotics and Artificial Intelligence, Nigeria. Please step forward, sir. Thank you. And from the postgraduate college, we are expecting Professor Taylor. Please, are you in the hall, sir? Representative of the Provost of the Postgraduate College, Professor Taylor, please. Okay. While we are waiting his arrival, I'd like to recognize the representative of the Honorable Commissioner for Education in Oyo State, Mrs. Karumi Maria Olufuke, Permanent Secretary, Inspector General of Education, Oyo State. Please come to the high table now. Thank you. I'd also like to make a few more recognitions. In fact, I would say that he was among the first 5 to arrive this hall this morning. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I recognize the presence of our Doyen of Education, Emeritus Professor P.A.I. Obaya from the Institute of Education. I would also like to recognize from the Institute of Education, I'm not surprised they are here because the convener of this program comes from the Institute of Education. Please help me welcome the Director of the UI Institute of Education, Professor Monica Ojeko. I would also like to recognize the presence of the Officer of the Nigerian Copyright Commission here present, Mrs. Oke. Thank you very much. We also have our Dean of Science here this morning, Professor Ayoola. And from Koladaisi University, we recognize the presence of Mr. Oyemaki. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have listened to the welcome address. We have listened to the opening remarks. It's now time to listen to the goodwill message from the Dawn Commission. Please let's put our hands together for Dr. Sheye Oyeleye.
The Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, Provost of the Postgraduate College, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation, and Strategic Partnerships, Professor Simisola Akintola, in whose docket this vision of translating scholarship into societal wealth so properly resides, Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, distinguished Deans of Faculties, distinguished Chief Executives and representatives of industry, members of the Research and Development Fair Committee, our resourceful researchers and students, and other stakeholders gathered in this hall. Good morning. It gives me great pleasure to bring goodwill from Dawn Commission to this historic gathering. It is evident that the University of Ibadan's Research and Innovation Arm has reached a significant milestone in its evolution, as what we witness today is the culmination of a strategic research development journey that this university has cultivated patiently and deliberately over the years. That journey has moved us beyond the era of the trade fair, where industry stood at the gates as a mere spectator, into an era where industrial actors are welcomed as genuine partners within the research process itself. What is even more instructive is the deliberate reversal of the conventional order. Traditionally, research walks a long road alone before industry is invited at its very end, if at all. Today, the University of Ibadan reverses that order. Industry is here at the beginning, not at the end, so that today's deliberation will shape tomorrow's research outcomes. This approach recognizes that the most impactful outcomes are achieved when all key stakeholders contribute their expertise from the inception of the project, ensuring a unified and collective effort from the foundation upward. That is the spirit beyond the gates and borders. I must also commend the representative of industry who have dedicated their valuable time to be present today. Their presence reflects an openness to new innovation and a readiness to contribute to a collaborative research process. Such engagement will not only prove mutually beneficial, but will also help position Nigeria, indeed Southwest Nigeria, as a thriving region, setting the stage for sustainable industrial development. Why we are gathered here today is not novel to the world. It is simply new to us in this form. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and indeed many institutions in the advanced world, have for decades partnered with hundreds of companies across sectors, understanding early that a university's laboratories Our nation's practice, we must speak to one another if either is to prosper. That the University of Ibadan now walks the same path, affirms that our country is not merely imitating global best practice, but positioning itself among institutions that treat knowledge as an instrument for industry and society, not an ornament for the shelves. It is worthy of note that the federal government has only recently begun to convene a similar conversation through the Southwest Zonal National Commercialization, Intelligence and Ecosystem Engagement Workshop, at which Dawn Commission was represented. There, our region proudly showcased how the University of Ibadan and Dawn Commission have long been fostering this same commercialization of intelligence. It affirms that the Southwest region and the University of Ibadan in particular has long been a trailblazer in this regard, a model that the nation can now draw from. On this note, Dawn Commission commends the University of Ibadan, most especially the Vice Chancellor and his management team, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Strategic Partnerships, and the diligent organizing committee for the resources, efforts, and thoroughness invested in this workshop. That its reach extended even to public radio announcements speaks eloquently of an institution that understands their research findings kept within the gates profits no one. They must be carried deliberately and loudly to the doorsteps of industry and society. Our vision, therefore, remains a season when Nigeria, and in particular Southwest, must especially become an industrial hub, drawing on the intellectual harvest of institutions like the University of Ibadan to power sustainable regional development. The Commission remains a willing and committed collaborator in this pursuit, as we congratulate the University once again for taking us a step beyond the gates. I therefore urge our industry participants not merely to observe, but to engage actively with the research and innovations on display today, identifying not only those findings ready for immediate commercialization, but also those capable of shaping the direction of further research and informing university curriculum. This is how we ensure that research emerging from our university is truly demand-driven, reflecting the needs of our country. It must never be said again that university students go on strike because there is no lights on their campus. The innovation must come from that university to ensure that they have their own 24 hours lights, supported by the industry out there. Universities must continue to be the bastion that drives development in any nation. If our universities do not rise up to changing our country, to industrializing our country, if we leave it in the hands of politicians, the nation will go nowhere. Our universities are the future. In fact, our universities are the present and the future of Nigeria. For us to have the nation that we desire, we must continue to collaborate with industry. And for industry, you must put your money where your mouth is. If you want a country where your endeavors will prosper and grow, you must be ready to fund research. You must be ready to fund whatever goes on in university that will ensure that Nigeria becomes an industrialized nation. Once again, I wish you all happy deliberations and good morning. Thank you very much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that round of applause is for Dr. Ui-Resdev. Let's give a louder round to Dawn Commission. Thank you. We did say this is town gown, so you will not be surprised that we have quite a lot of the town here this morning, as well as the gown. Please let's recognize the presence of the Dean of the Faculty of Computing, Professor O.A. Adiyemo.
present.
We also have here this morning Dean of Economics and Management Sciences, Professor Ui-Resdev. Thank you very much, sir. And from the town, we have quite a number here this morning. If I don't recognize you here now, does not mean you are not recognized. But I'd like to start from the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. We have Mr. Sunday Aboriomo. He's the honorary treasurer. He's here and he's going to do one of the presentations later on in the day. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. From the town, we have Ligzil Africa, and from there we have Mr. Ahmed Sanusi. Ligzil Africa, thank you. Fair Action Nigeria, we have Mr. Gbenga Ojelabi. Thank you. Stephanie Olumefo. Thank you. Deborah Ajayi. Thank you. And from the Corporate Affairs Commission, we have Mr. Abbas Abubakar. Thank you. From the Bank of Agriculture, we have the manager, Mr. Samson Akode. Thank you very much, sir. Please, I have the mandate of the committee to invite Mr. Aboriomo Sunday to the high table, please. Please join us here. And from the University of Ibadan, we have a Director of Internal Audit, Dr. Oluyori. Welcome, Mr. Because without your efforts, this roundtable will not have helped. Please let's appreciate Dr. Oluyori once more. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is not going to be a day for too much talking, but be that as it may, we must do what we must do. Please help me welcome the representative of the Honorable Commissioner for Education, Oyo State, Mrs. Maria Olufunke Karonwi, Permanent Secretary, Inspector General of Education, Oyo Zone, as she gives us a goodwill message.
The Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, ably represented by the DVC, Principal Officers of the University of Ibadan, the DG of Dawn Commission, distinguished professors, esteemed researchers, captains of industry here present, development partners, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a profound privilege to address this gathering at Nigeria's premier university on a timely and vital theme, Beyond the Gate, translating research into societal impact and commercialization. The new imperative for the modern university. For centuries, universities were measured by two primary outputs: the number of graduates that they produced or trained, and the papers that they published. But nowadays, things have changed. It is true that knowledge remains fundamental, but global reality have demanded that we must translate research into meaningful societal impact. Knowledge without application becomes incomplete. Discoveries left in laboratories cannot transform lives. Publications unlinked to policy or industry cannot thrive or drive national prosperity. And as we have listened to the DPC when she was giving a welcome address, when your policy documents do not leave your laptops, they cannot have meaningful impact on the society. So today's work evaluates universities by their tangible values. So how do we now translate research into societal impacts? How do we allow this to transform life, to create wealth, to guide policy and for national development? The mandate is clear. We must all move research off journal pages and into products, innovation, and commercial partnership. She mentioned that it is not a betrayal of research when we commercialize researches. How do we now translate research into societal impact? Translation is not a language exercise. It is converting ideas into practical, scalable impacts. It is taking discoveries into factories. She talked about collaboration between industry and the university, and that is the essence of our gathering here today. Evidence from data to public policy. And that is why the government is being represented too, so that we will also learn how we can assist in the translation of research into societal impact and national development. So for us to be able to do this, every research initiative should answer these three core questions. What problem is this one solving? What benefit, who will benefit from the solution? And how can we scale it sustainably? If these questions remain unanswered, then the research would have failed its main purpose. So there is need for us to bridge the ecosystem gap. The disconnect between academia and society remains a critical challenge across African institutions. So exceptional research frequently ends up on dusty library archives rather than market solutions. Who are now the key drivers of the innovation ecosystem? Industrial collaboration. I am sure we have representatives of industry there. There must be active commercial partnership and direct investments. And as for the government, we must be able to support by providing necessary infrastructure. Innovation hubs, we must be able to ensure that we have adequate and properly trained human capital. And that is the essence of this meeting today, so that each part of the stakeholder will be able to know what are the things that we are expected to do and be able to work towards attaining this. I wish all pleasant deliberations. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Karunwi. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to recognize the presence of the representative of the Dean of Basic Medical Sciences. He is Professor Ui-Resdev, but is being represented this morning by Professor AYOOLA. Teach you the anatomy. Thank you. Come in.
I don't make it real to me because they don't know.
Please, the owner of this vehicle, AAA 256FS, please, you are causing an obstruction and your attention is needed urgently. AAA 256FS, please go out and repair. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're going to another business of the day. And it's my pleasure now to announce that the representative of the Provost of the Postgraduate College, Professor K.N. Samuel, is here. Please let's welcome Professor A. Taylor, Deputy Director of the Distance Learning Center, as he talks to us on objectives and expected outcomes of this roundtable. And I also have the mandate of the committee to inform you that the program for this program, the program of activities is in your folders. It's on the jotter, the back of the jotter that we have there. So you can go along with us. Thank you. Professor Taylor.
Good morning. I'm sitting on the assistant protocol. I'm here not as my capacity as Deputy Director, Distance Learning Academy, but in the capacity of representing our dear provost of Postgraduate College, University of Ibadan. He sent me to give his goodwill message. Is unaffordably absent. As we can recall, he just assumed office and is having his first board meeting. And all other machinery in the PG College cannot make it. Let me go straight to the business of the day. Goodwill message sent by the Provost, Postgraduate College, at the 2026 edition of the Ui-Resdev Roundtable. I wish to acknowledge all the dignitaries seated as I equally extend courtesy to distinguished ladies and gentlemen invited to today's program. On behalf of the board and management of the Postgraduate College, University of Ibadan, I am pleased to join colleagues, industry, partners, policymakers, inventors, and friends of the University of Ibadan at this important epoch-making occasion tagged Roundtable, organized by the University of Ibadan Research and Development Fair Committee. The theme, Beyond the Gates, translating research into societal impact and commercialization, resonates profoundly with the mandate of the Postgraduate College as a hub of advanced scholarship in the university. The college is committed not only to producing high-quality masters and doctoral graduates, but also to nurturing research that addresses societal challenges, drives innovation, informs policy, and above all, creates economic value. There is no gainsaying that postgraduate education finds its fullest expression when knowledge generated in our laboratories, studios, libraries, and field sites transcends the world of the university to improve lives and inform community. The Postgraduate College is therefore proud of its enduring partnership with the Ui-Resdev through our annual grant in support of the committee activities and consistently demonstrated our commitment to fostering a vibrant ecosystem where we showcase postgraduate research, engender industry partnership, and expand pathway for research commercialization. As we engage in today's discussions, I encourage us all to deepen into collaboration between the University of Ibadan and our society at large. We, a postgraduate college, can achieve this by ensuring that our research remains relevant, impactful, and responsive to national and global development needs. In closing, during the last year roundtable, the following emanated from our discussion, and it call for action. By now, I want to believe, and PG College equally believe, that we must have met all these tried discussion in terms of academia, industry, and government. And what are the call for action? Vis-a-vis these three parameters. In academia, we are asked to intensify efforts in translating research outputs into marketable solutions. Vis-a-vis positioning faculty members for accessibility and engagement with industry partners. On industry, we canvass for establishment of collaborative laboratory and research facility within university campuses. And on the government side, we preach for the development and enforcement mandatory policy that require university industry collaboration. In the light of the foregoing, I congratulate the University of Ibadan, Ui-Resdev, and the committee for this laudable initiative, and I wish us fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Taylor. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to make a few more recognitions before we now go to the core business of the day. I'd like to recognize the presence of the representative of the Dean of the UI School of Business, Dr. Olanipeku. Thank you. We have in our midst the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, Professor Tio Oshosonya. Thank you. From the Standards Organization of Nigeria, we have Mr. Faguriola and Mr. Adiosu. Thank you very much. From Saro Agro Sciences, we have Mr. Job Isaiah. Thank you. From the University of Ibadan, we have the chairman of the UI Ceremonial Committee, Professor Adeleke Akijobi. Thank you very much, madam. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wouldn't want this situation to be a case of how many people were there. There were 20 people, and the MC forgot to introduce herself so that she will not be counted among. But the MC of today is also a member of the Ui-Resdev committee. So may I request all members of the Ui-Resdev committee to rise for recognition, please. All members, Ui-Resdev committee. Thank you very much. If you could see us all, we are in a uniform. So you know we are the men and women behind the Paku job. And I had earlier introduced our chairman, who is Professor Andrew Fadoju. So for the purpose of introduction, I'd just like to recognize myself as Mrs. Adejoke Akinperu. I am the Deputy Registrar in the University and Head of the Directorate of Public Communication. Thank you very much. Pàtẹ́wọ́ fún mi ó lè ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn dáadáa mọ́ wọ́n ti ló dídùn ní móríyá ní mórí. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are going to listen to the keynote address And it's my pleasure to invite Engineer Olusolala OS to read a citation of the keynote address deliverer. Thank you. It's our donation to the world, so please let's put our hands together as Engineer Olusolala steps forward.
Our amiable Vice Chancellor, respected members of the university community, esteemed captains of industries, manufacturers, town representatives, distinguished researchers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my honor and privilege to present the citation of our keynote speaker for today's Town Gown Roundtable. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Olusola Saheed AYOOLA, is a shining example of excellence, innovation, and visionary leadership in the field of robotics and artificial intelligence. He is the founder of Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Nigeria, REBORTIC, one of Africa's foremost hubs for cutting-edge technology, innovation, and talent development. Dr. AYOOLA began his remarkable academic journey right here at our own University of Ibadan, the first and the best, where he graduated with a first-class degree in electrical and electronics engineering in 2011. Driven by an unrelenting passion for knowledge, he proceeded to the United Kingdom on a federal government scholarship, where he earned a master's degree with distinction in advanced control and systems engineering from the University of Manchester. He later obtained a doctorate in robotics for extreme environments at the same institution under the sponsorship of the United Kingdom government. On his return, rather than keeping his knowledge to himself, Dr. AYOOLA founded Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Nigeria, REBORTIC, an institution that has become a leading center for robotics, artificial intelligence, innovation, and product development in West Africa. Through his vision, REBORTIC continues to nurture world-class talent, develop practical technological solutions, and attract businesses, researchers, and students from across Nigeria and beyond. Today, Dr. AYOOLA remains at the forefront of advancing robotics and artificial intelligence, making significant contributions that are transforming industries and inspiring the next generations of innovators. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a rare privilege to have such an accomplished alumnus of this great university with us today. So please join me with a resounding round of applause as I warmly welcome our distinguished speaker for today, Dr. Olusola.
Permit me for being the only one wearing a agbada today. I saw that it was going to be town and gown, so since I was coming from the town, I chose to wear a gown. Ivory Tower. This is not the first time you've heard that. But I decided to look up at the dictionary for the meaning, and I saw that it meant a state of privileged seclusion or separation from the facts and practicalities of the real world. And for so long, universities have been regarded as ivory towers. Towers that stand tall above all others in knowledge, in morals, in values, in ethics, and in discipline. But a tower is only as strong above the ground, below the ground. So I ask, how deep are our roots? How deeply are we connected to the ground upon which we stand
and that is the town. Are we rooted in the challenges that make up our societies, or are we rooted in the challenges imported from foreign, countries? Are we in touch with the realities that make up our localities, and also are we aware of the problems that we were mandated to solve? It is this question that we are here to answer. Distinguished Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellors, particularly the convener, the DVC, Research, Innovation and Strategic Partnership, the university principal officers, the registrar here present, provost, deans, captains of industries, particularly the DG of the Development Agenda for Western Nigeria, Dawn Commission, and his amazing team, members of the Ui-Resdev committee, led by the chairperson, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on existing protocols. I am actually very humbled to be saddled with the responsibility of a keynote address in a wondrous gathering like this. The University of Ibadan has played a significant role in my life, as I am sure it has in all of ours. It has done and is still doing so much that it is now globally recognized as the leading and the best university in Nigeria. I just say in West Africa. In fact, I just say in Africa. That position of being the leading institution is enough to make us feel the weight and the burden of Nigeria's developmental challenges. Because it means something. It means that if Nigeria must get it right, it is right here at the University of Ibadan that we must begin that change. And we must lead others in doing the right thing. So the question of how deep our roots are should be the gap we will try to address today. And this gap is not an abstract one. It is the gap between a hungry population and the food security research sitting on the labs of the Faculty of Agriculture. It is the gap between a nation anxious about insecurity and the wonderful surveillance robotics solutions developed at the Faculty of Engineering, waiting to be deployed as early as tomorrow. It is the gap between the millions of young unemployed graduates and the industries that could be built around this research that are sitting on dusty shelves. Our population is growing faster than our job creation. Our insecurity is growing faster than our deployed solutions. And so beyond the gate is not a metaphor for today, but a reality and an emergency we must attend to right away. And so when I saw the theme, Beyond the Gates, I was thrown into deep thoughts. Because every word in that theme means so much. And I would like to break it down in my own little way. Beyond the gates. It calls us to research about what the people need outside the campus. It calls us to take this research to the people in the rural areas. It calls us to take it to them. But we're not talking about taking it to them when it is ready. And I'm very happy that it's been said already on stage here that we shouldn't only wait till the end of the research, where we are thinking of deploying it, that we call on the industries to adopt. Even at the point of ideation, at the point of identifying the problem, how connected are we to those outside the gate? At the point of your methodology, when you are choosing the materials you would use, when you are choosing the approach you will adopt, your assumptions about reality, how well are we listening to those we claim to serve? And at the point of testing and feedback, how much do we rely on the very people the solutions are meant for? And I can say all of these things from a position of knowledge because I have had the opportunity to speak to a number of, let me say the town, people in the town, particularly the security architecture of this country. When you take to them a solution and they tell you what their real problems are, that's when you realize that we are probably only scratching the surface. We need to go back. Take, for example, the issue of IEDs, improvised explosive devices that terrorists bury underground. Some can take off a human being's leg, some can take off an actual vehicle. And so when you think about it in the research lab, you're thinking, okay, IEDs, maybe I can build a vehicle that can detect it. But wait until you speak to the people in the military and they tell you that there are different levels of IEDs. Some will not detonate unless the weight of a tank is on it. And some of these are buried 4 meters down the ground. So if you're thinking of scanning the ground, you probably want to scan deeper. And these realities are what can shape the effort we put in the lab. And besides, they can also tell you the crude ways they can detect them that will help those in the Faculty of Science to come up with methods that would work. For example, most of the IEDs smell like fertilizer because that's how they can make them. So if you can detect fertilizer deep down the ground, 4 meters, then you have something to offer. And this is the kind of connection we are talking about. Translating research into societal impact and commercialization, as is written in the theme, forces us to confront the question of sustainability. I always say to people that say there is no funding. Actually, funding is important. But research can also build funding around itself if it has impact on the society. But 2 words are outstanding here: social impact and commercial viability. They are not always the same thing. Sometimes they run in parallel, and sometimes they are mutually exclusive. Take, for example, again, security. Everyone in this country is worried about insecurity, but tell people to pay for a smart solution that you have built around insecurity, and they may tell you that no, they cannot pay for it. It's the government's responsibility to protect them. And so that is an example of one area that may have social impact, but may not have commercial viability. Same thing with anything that will support transportation or make it affordable. Now flip it. Think of something with strong commercial viability, but little or no positive social impact. An example is sports betting and gambling platforms. I'm sorry if anybody is working in that area, but of course you're making money, isn't it? They are built by some of our sharpest local tech talents. They generate enormous revenue. They are without question commercially viable. But measuring the social impact and how it helps the country to develop is another discussion for another day. And this is the tension that Beyond the Gate seeks to resolve. Solutions that are both wanted and worth wanting. And it's doable. Let's cast our minds to 2 stories. Well, I would say 2 stories, but one is popular, and it's the story about the solar panels. I wouldn't go through the details, but the solar panels that we have today started as an idea in a laboratory. Decades of quiet, unglamorous work on the photovoltaic effect, refined slowly in labs with no guarantee of market success. It took deliberate translation, investment, manufacturing of the most, manufacturing partnerships, policy support. I'll come to that because the rep of the Honorable Commissioner for Education mentioned that it would be great to also figure out what government can do, and I will mention policy as a very strong one. Falling costs, to move it from a laboratory curiosity one into one of impactful commercial technology of our time. And today, solar panels are not only commercially viable, but they are saving lives across the country, particularly in the rural areas, helping farmers with the option of preserving tomatoes, vegetables, and perishable goods in their farms. The second story is personal to me, actually. I was fortunate to be among the Nigerian delegation to Dubai a few years ago for the GITEX global event, where innovators from all across the world would come to showcase their work. And I was surprised when a young Chinese man came to me to market a product. I was eager to see what product he was marketing. So he said, he showed me a very small device. He said, this device is very important for monitoring the temperature of vegetables. I wanted to listen because in Nigeria we still have vegetables outside, as long as you sprinkle water on it, right? So he explained that it monitored the temperature of vegetables and any perishable goods, actually, as they moved through courier delivery. You know when you order for food and the rider takes long to deliver it? That device, inside the box, would not only detect the temperature of the box, but also transmit it via the internet to a platform that you as the customer can monitor or observe later on. So that if at any point in time the temperature fell beyond the acceptable range, which could lead to poisoning, even if it comes to you well preserved and looking frozen and all that, you will know that this is already condemnable. And that is relevant. That solution is relevant to a country that understands the value of healthcare and public health. So I asked, in Nigeria where we all order food online and riders take long to deliver the food, what regulation is there to monitor the, should I say, the quality or the conditions of your food beyond the rules that the vendor company themselves, the vendor and the rider company themselves develop? And this is where government comes in, regulation. And I will tell you why it's important, because regulation is the only thing that can force the town to adopt research that is helpful for social impact. And think about not just food now, but medicine and even organs that have to be transplanted. You will have no way of knowing if they've been compromised unless you use a device like that. And this is basically an example of Internet of Things well applied. And what struck me there in Dubai was that the solution he was presenting to me is something that even a 200-level engineering student in UI can build. If you give it to them as an assignment or a coursework, they will finish it in 3 weeks. We all know what needs to be bought. But what was different was the fact that I was, for the first time, seeing somebody marketing it as a ready-to-use product. Something we always take for granted. That's the difference between research done for its own sake and research carried all the way through to commercialization for social impact. We so often do the hardest part, the invention, but we stop halfway because we are already chasing the next research, the next idea, never pausing to finish and sell the one at hand. And we worry about funding. So there are 7 ingredients I would like to lay on the table. Number 1 is creative ideas. Everything here begins with ideas. It is the audacity of an idea, the willingness to imagine something that does not yet exist, that gives us anything worth building or marketing at all. And sometimes, to have creative ideas, you need an environment that is conducive. I understand that very well because traveling to UK gave me the opportunity of sometimes in the research, while doing your PhD, you can just pause and go and sit down somewhere beside the lake. The garden, well, the facility I used for my research was it's like a resort where you can just, some people will get to the research facility After being well dressed, they go to the changing room, they change to their cycling outfits, and they cycle around just to, think about something else. So I think here at the University of Ibadan, we have that opportunity if we use it well. The botanical garden, for example, the zoological garden, for you to reconnect with nature. How many times have you been there? Creative ideas sometimes come when you get out of the box. The second one is the tech knowledge and talent. Once the idea exists, it needs hands and minds capable of building it. Deep technical knowledge, and I must stress the word knowledge, in a world where AI has come, and most people start what they don't understand, and so cannot build further on it when it gives problems, and they abandon it. We must encourage our researchers, our students, our young employees to have that knowledge. And we must support their training. Then after we have trained the talent that can build the ideas, number 3 is we must trust these local talents. It reminds me of a story. I know that was very long ago. I'm sure it never existed anyway, the story about some Nigerian professors on a plane. Let's not talk further about that. Okay, but that story was just a figurative, it was just an imagination. The point is that the academia trusts our talents, but the industry thinks that a lot is at stake to trust local talents. I once submitted a proposal to a very leading bank in Nigeria, and they said, before we can adopt your solution, have you marketed it to microfinance banks? Have they tested it? Because they feel that they have more at stake. If cybersecurity is left unchecked, that could endanger more people than at the lower level. So this is the fear of the industry. So I say to the industry players, develop a sandbox. Develop a simulation bed, or develop a test rig. When I was working on my nuclear research, I still tested it at the actual facility where UK manages their nuclear decommissioning. And that was interesting because normally you cannot go to the test to the radioactive environment. But there in that particular industry, they had created a simulation of what they have in the field. So it was possible for a researcher to test, and they can also observe and tell you, okay, this is good, but tweak it this way because it was a long time they created this simulation. Now this may have been the case. So it's possible for researchers to now connect to the reality on ground. So I'm trying to say that to trust local talent, you must give them the opportunity to test it in a test rig or in a sandbox. A sandbox, if you Google about it, is basically like a test facility with real activities but on impossible, let me just say, effects that cannot affect the real world. Marketing is number 4, and this is where we have to build that cross-faculty collaboration. I know we have Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Computing, Faculty of Sciences, but we also have Faculty of the Social Sciences, Faculty of Law, and they all have understanding, in fact, deep understanding of the society we are trying to build solutions for. That cross-collaboration would help, because nobody is going to come begging for your solution. The technology you have may be extraordinary, but the selling must be beyond that. We are frankly weak at this. We build and we disappear. We must learn to package, present, and sell our research with the same energy we put into researching it. And that brings me to a very important point. We must adopt, and I'm not even sure if it's already in place, but while students, postgraduate students finish their research, we must have another member of the faculty whose job it is to ensure continuity. And I'm happy to say it happened during my time when I finished my bachelor's degree here. I was already doing my master's when a student of UI called me and said, I am going to be doing a project that continues from where your final year project stops. My professor has asked me to ask him for relevant information that will support me. So I was happy to support him. And that's to say that we actually may have that, I don't know if it's a structured solution system right now, or it was just the idea of my professor, Professor Fakulujo. Number 5 is regulation, as I already alluded earlier. Regulation is not the enemy of innovation. I know many times when we think of regulation, we think of rules, don't do this, don't do that. But I don't see it that way. It's often the engine for innovation. If nobody forces you to carry an umbrella, you probably wouldn't. You will continue to suffer under the hot sun unless it becomes a rule. If you are not forced to ride a bicycle on campus, you probably wouldn't. And then you continue to develop, like I have. Let's not talk about that right now. I need to exercise further more. In the UK, for example, fire safety regulations are taken seriously. Every house must have a fire alarm, must have a smoke detector. But in Nigeria, the regulations are there, but maybe implementation is the challenge. We have to work on that. And I'm saying this because many times when researchers think of ideas, they think of saner climes. They think of environments that are regulated, that definitely if I have this solution, everybody in the field will want to use it. But when people on the field think they can get away without accountability, without using the new solution, then you are forced to market the idea to them. Government could help enforce with enforcement of regulations. So because that pressure from government is what creates the market for your solutions. Good regulation, properly designed, is what makes society demand innovation rather than resist it. Number 6, partner with laboratories, the triple helix structure. The triple helix, and I'm sure we are conversant with that, is one where government, the academia, and a local, let me just say, a company, an SMS, please help me with that. MSME, right? Where they come together. I was a part of such in the UK called the KTP, Knowledge Transfer Partnership, whereby the university will supervise a researcher who is probably doing PhD or postdoctoral research. And then that PhD researcher will be seconded to a company. And that company will contribute to the allowance given to the PhD researcher, while the university will definitely, of course, support or forego any tuition fee. For the local company, for the first time, they have a high-grade researcher working with them that can support them with minor challenges they might be facing. But beyond that, he will be challenged to think about future problems and come up with solutions. And I think that triple helix structure may exist, but needs to be further supported, and I'm hoping that we can actually achieve that. Number 7 and the last is design for self-sustaining social impact. We have too many research ideas that are built with one eye on the next grant, from an NGO, a government agency, a foundation. But personally, I do not think that we should continue to build for grants. I think that we should build for social impact in ways that will self-sustain the scholarship and, of course, the solution that is being developed. And I can say this proudly because I have, I'm an example of such an idea. When I started my own company, REN, my plan was that I wouldn't call for government funding or support in any way, except for government recognition and endorsement. Some other robotics companies were formed with the idea of NGOs funding them to teach primary school children and help with education on robotics. But if your business model cannot sustain itself, the focus or the interest of the NGO supporting you with grants might change tomorrow, and you will be forced to fold off. For self-sustainability, your idea must be commercially viable. And if in a country like today in Nigeria, where government wants the universities to be autonomous, we must look directly at commercially viable solutions and push them to the greatest levels. Now, I want to talk about challenges, because I have been to several fora where players and researchers come together, and when the researchers are told to ask questions, the number one thing they say is data. You want to solve a problem for a company or an organization or a sector, and you approach them for data, and they're wondering who sent you, whether it was their opponent that sent you to collect their data. I can speak confidently about the communication sector, telecommunication sector, where researchers usually ask for signal strength data across the country. I want to know which network is the strongest here in UI, Agbowo, Udija, and Co. Because I want to see how we can optimize using artificial intelligence to transmit communication without causing drop-offs. And then the company that is supposed to give you that would say, I'm sorry, we cannot disclose that data, it's very confidential. First of all, it could be a security threat. It could also be a corporate threat. So how do we resolve these problems if we cannot share data? At the level of government, for example, there are plans to build a data exchange platform, but that's taking a while. So I think here on campus, we must begin to look directly into that. I can say to you that robotics solutions and AI solutions rely heavily on data. And most researchers will complain that there is no data or no authentic data. So if they give you data, it might be diluted. No real-time data as well. How well are the industries applying Internet of Things to be able to use this real-time data to validate your results? And so what happens? Researchers reach out for foreign data. Data harvested from other countries about other people's lives that would end up not being extremely relevant or exactly relevant to our own climate. And so when you apply the solution, it may just not work. But guess who has the data about our country without even asking for it? The owners of the apps you use. As long as you are here and your phones are on, one app is either listening to your location or at least detecting, waiting for you to call it if it has a name on your phone. And so that means that foreign researchers may not go through any hassle to develop solutions that affect us. And so when they are deployed, we are amazed at how well adapted they are to our environment. AI now, some global platforms can speak Yoruba, can speak Hausa, can speak Igbo conveniently. But the Nigerian researcher would have to go through a lot to get that same data, either from them or from you. So this is not merely a technical inconvenience, it's a national vulnerability. If our researchers cannot access authentic Nigerian data, our AI cannot be relevant to Nigeria's problems. Government must wake up to this. Private sector must wake up as well. And the encouraging news is that we now have regulations, NDPR, National Nigeria Data Protection Regulation, that seeks to ensure safety in data governance, data protection, data exchange. And this framework exists. We can build around it to ensure some form of data exchange platform that allows universities and industry to share data. Of course, there are a number of things you must do to that data before you can share it, but it must be helpful for research. Industry must invest in laboratories. I mentioned earlier about the simulation or test rig. Industries must invest and help to maintain these laboratories. Government and industries must sponsor field-specific conferences and forums. I must emphasize on this. There is so much. If you call professors in maybe faculty of science, for example, into a room, they would have so much contribution that they can make. But we need to have conferences like that, where those in the industries will be mandated to sit with the researchers to address some challenges. We must ensure that industries invest in PhDs. Imagine having a PhD scholar or a postdoctoral researcher focusing on your actual challenges. I can't count the number of organizations that have reached out to me saying, we have this challenge, we have that challenge, can you help us solve it? And sometimes I am so busy, I wish they had a researcher working on that I can easily relate to it. So that's where the triple helix comes in, the researcher and the industry and government and the academia as well. So that's where the partnership comes in. That is what sustainable university-industry partnerships look like. Not a one-off donation, not a photo opportunity, but laboratories, forums, and PhD sponsorships, deliberately structured to ensure solutions to real industry problems. Now, IP protection. I'm mentioning IP protection because, just like I have said, the industry may not willingly release data. The researchers too sometimes find it difficult to share research solutions because of intellectual property protection. And of course, it goes both ways. And I'll mention that. Number one is brain drain. With AI today, it's easy to get AI to understand what anybody is doing because crawling is going on, where search engines check your research work, try to understand it, and can regurgitate it in ways that you wouldn't even know it was your work. And as long as it's on the internet, it is available for global learning. But brain drain in the sense that most of our brilliant researchers, even if they don't leave the country, before Japan was a thing, but no need for Japan again. People are in the country but not working for Nigerian organizations. Most experts are living in Nigeria but working remotely. That's still brain drain because you cannot have them do two things. They cannot work for you as a local company and work remotely as well. So that is already brain drain. And the only way you can solve that is provide not just opportunities but also remuneration. That's where funding comes in. The second issue I was going to talk about when it comes to IP protection and brain drain is that organizations too, when they do not trust local talents, when they do not have access to local research, they go beyond to bring in expatriates. It has been discovered over the years that when they bring in expatriates, there is no direct enforcement. I know there are policies relating to this. NOTAP is existing, National Office for Technology Acquisition and Promotion, to mandate the expatriates to ensure transfer of knowledge. When you're building railways or you're building refineries and you bring in experts from abroad, where are the local researchers that must work directly with these expatriates to ensure that we too can maintain the solutions internally going forward? And NOTAP is trying its best, but they are not as staff, or let me say, they don't have enough, I can't say human resources, maybe task force to monitor this. And so we have a situation where our researchers are sitting idle while foreigners come in, develop solutions that are breathtaking, and leave without sharing that knowledge. Enforcement must be there. So again, government is called to look into this, to ensure that any project that requires knowledge that government thinks cannot be locally supported must have local partnerships with the universities. And I know UI is very capable of such foreign collaborations. In conclusion, as a nation we are gifted, we are wealthy, and our potential shows itself daily in our universities, in our societies, in international competitions and arenas that we find our citizens. The quality of our tutors, the lecturers, and professors, whenever they go abroad, is consistently outstanding. There is no doubt that the capacity is within us. What we do not have enough of are the structures that transport research out of the university into society. Structures for deployment, structures that turn knowledge into production. It is particular, and when I say we don't have the structures, I don't mean we don't have ideas or we don't have individuals building these structures, but as a national policy, It is particularly painful when organizations claim that our research does not fit the realities of deployment. And so they bring in expatriates. Expatriates who more often than not decline to transfer knowledge. The result is a cycle where we keep inviting expatriates again and again, never building local capacity to become self-sustainable. Today's forum therefore gives us the opportunity to confront this honestly and to commit ourselves to something better. I am committed and confident that the quality of the conversation we will have today can improve that quality and the deployment of our research. We must unlearn, learn, and relearn one central truth, that a society can only do better when it deploys solutions researched and built to fit its environment. In this, the university must always be a critical player. Let us rally around to partner, to support, and to carry this mission beyond the gates. Thank you for listening, and God bless you all.
Please, another round of applause for him. Thank you very much. I did say that it is one of our donations to the world. It is one of our donations to the world. A first-class brain, graduated from the University of Ibadan. I'm sure he saw shaggy, but he smiled. Please let's clap for Dr. AYOOLA once again. Thank you very much. That was the keynote address. We will bring this opening ceremony to a close, and then we now go into the real business of the day. But before I do that, I'd just like to make some other recognitions. We have the representative of the Dean of Faculty of Arts here with us, Professor Monica Aneni. Please, can you stand up for recognition? Thank you very much. She's at the back there. We also have our Dean of Public Health with us, Professor N.G. Dairo. Thank you for coming. And our Dean of Students, Professor Demola Louis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we need to stretch our boats, but before we do that, I'd like to invite the Registrar of the University, Mr. Ganiu Oke Saliu, to give the vote of thanks.
The Vice Chancellor, represented by the ABC Research, Innovation and Strategic Partnerships. Often I have had people adopt existing protocols. I've had people stand in the existing protocols. This morning, I had somebody sit in the existing protocols. For me, let me not do any of such. So I like to emphasize, expand, and extend the protocols. I wish to emphasize that our keynote speaker today, Dr. AYOOLA, is not just our donation to the world. He is UI. Did you get that? He is UI. For somebody coming from the position of being trained in the only university in Nigeria. We are not just proud of you, we are happily proud of you. You know, this is not the first time you are coming to speak to us. You were at convocation last year. You've been here before that. Oh, it was my explanation. Don't worry, maybe I'm a prophet. The next time will be convocation. Not this year anyway. Cool, you will continue to come back to your base. We thank you very much. We appreciate the representative of the Dawn Commission, our own Dr. Ui-Resdev, the Director General. Thank you very much, sir. You see, what we are set to do is to use a rear view mirror to be able to drive forward. The higher institutions come from the society. What we are doing in the institutions is to see how we can do things better. Of course, before we have gynecology and tactics, what do you call it? We've always had people giving back. But through the universities, there has been research that help us to help do it better, right? Before the universities, people have been flying. What the university does is to help us fashion how we can fly safer and better. Of course, what's the difference between aircraft and witchcraft? No, they all fly. But the speed and where they land is the difference. But we are here in the university to see how the society can be better. And there is no way the universities will continue doing this if we don't partner with that society where we come from. At least I remember that in those days, in our villages, we have people who make video calls from their bedrooms. You don't need Wi-Fi to do that. No need of data. Also open a mirror and we are speaking with somebody in London. That was a privileged few in those days. But now, the universities have made it possible, or maybe I should say researchers have made it possible for every one of us to speak with people and see them directly, irrespective of the distance. So, we want to really appreciate the organizers of this program, our own Ui-Resdev, with the support of the industry for bringing all of us here today. Specifically, let me appreciate the Vice Chancellor for approving that this be done. And in expanding and extending the protocol, let me appreciate every one of us who are here today. The university librarian, the representative of the Commissioner of Education, the representative of MAN. When I was going through the list and I saw that it's a treasurer from MAN that will be coming, I said, it will bring a lot of money. But when he sat beside me, I asked him, did you bring the money? He said it's in the bank. So if after this program, you cannot find your registrar, know that I have followed him. So we really appreciate you, sir, for coming. We appreciate members of RESDEF, people in my uniform. We appreciate all of you for the job you are doing. This is just the first phase of the program today. The AYOOLA, the bigger masquerade, is still coming, and cooperate with this, with the organizers, so that at the end of this, we will go out better. Vice Chancellor, please permit me to recognize and appreciate the council representatives here. I can see Professor Anadeogu. I don't want to be sad, they are my employers. Welcome, ma'am. Everyone here is important. Let me not bore you by mentioning people. Everyone here is important. So let me just say thank you for making time to attend this program. God bless you all.
Please help me clap for my girl who is going to write my appraisal. Thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, like the registrar has said, we have come to the end of the first hour, but please exercise a little more patience for us. We have to do some things the way they should be done. Before I do the next item, I'd like to recognize the presence of a member of the Governing Council of the University, Professor Adeogun. It's my pleasure now to invite the University Librarian, Dr. Mercy Raganachi, to present the plaque to the keynote presenter on behalf of the university.
Good morning, everyone. I must say that keynote address was highly insightful, thought-provoking, and research-provoking also. You have given a lot of us research topics to work on in this presentation. And we can't but appreciate the keynote. We want to appreciate you for that good job. I must say it was great. So on behalf of the university, the entire university community, the RESDEV committee, and the university management, we present this to you. This award we present to you DR.OLUSOLA, SAHEED AYOOLA, as the keynote speaker at the Town and Gallon Roundtable discussion this day, 5th August 2026, here at the University of Ibadan.
Thank you very much, madam. Now we'll have the photography session. This is why I said we'll have the opportunity of exercising our bones now. But we're going to do the photography in batches, please, because we cannot all take it at once. So it's my pleasure now to invite members of the high table to step forward to take their own photographs first.
Hello, ma. Hello, ma. Please.
In my own case, I will stand on the existing protocol. I'm here this afternoon to represent the President Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Otumba Francis Missioye, OFR. At this program is Beyond the Gates, translating research into societal impact and commercialization It is my pleasure and honor to represent the President of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria at this important conference with the timely theme, Beyond the Gates, translating research into societal impact and commercialization. Permit me to first of all commend the University of Ibadan and the Dawn Commission for providing this strategic platform where the worlds of academia, government, and industry can engage in meaningful dialogue towards regional and national development. This conference comes at a time when Nigeria is in urgent need of practical solutions to economic challenges. We are seeking to diversify our economy, create jobs, improve competitiveness, strengthen local manufacturing, and increase exports. None of these objectives can be achieved without innovation driven by research. All this I've mentioned cannot be achieved without innovation driven by research. I'm picking out a missing link. What is this missing link? Nigeria has no shortage of brilliant minds. No, we have brilliant minds. Our universities produce quality research and talented graduates every year. Yet, too many research findings remain on library shelves rather than becoming products in our markets or solutions in our industries. The question is no longer whether we can conduct research. Yes, we can conduct research. The real question is, how do we transform research into wealth? How do we transform research into employment? How do we transform research into industries? How do we transform research into national prosperity? Research should not end with publication. It should culminate in innovation, patents, commercialization, startups, improved manufacturing processes, and societal transformation. Now, I want to quickly mention the role of the industry, where we belong. Manufacturers are not merely consumers of research. They are strategic partners in innovation. The industry needs research that solves practical problems, reducing production costs, improving product quality, developing local raw materials, improving energy efficiency, advancing food processing, enhancing pharmaceutical production. Also supporting automation and digital manufacturing. So when universities understand industry needs and industries invest in university research, then innovation flourishes. Now, learning from global successes, the world's leading economies became industrial powers because universities and industries worked together. In countries like the United States of America, Germany, South Korea, China, Singapore, Finland, we understand that universities are innovation hubs where discoveries quickly become commercial products and global businesses. If that can happen in these countries, I believe that Nigeria can follow the same path. Now, Southwest Nigeria already possesses enormous advantages. We have world-class universities, University of Ibadan being one. We have vibrant manufacturing sector. But if you look throughout the nation, Nigeria, where you have more manufacturing companies around Southwest here. We have strong entrepreneurial culture. We have large consumer markets. We have highly talented youth. What remains is just a stronger collaboration. And I hope that after this conference, there will be better collaboration. Then what must be done? We have captured that what must be done is that to move beyond discussion, we have to move into measurable impact. On our side, we propose the following. 1, establishment or to establish permanent university industry innovation hubs. I take that again. Establish permanent university industry innovation hubs. These centers should jointly identify industrial challenges and develop practical solutions. Number 2, strengthen intellectual property protection. Researchers should be encouraged to patent innovations before publication. Number 3, promotes industry-funded research. That is, manufacturers should deliberately sponsor research addressing real industrial needs. Number 4, encourage student entrepreneurship. That is, universities should empower students to become job creators rather than job seekers. Then number 5, improve government support. Government should provide tax incentives, innovation grants, and favorable policies that encourage commercialization. Then number 6, build regional innovation networks. This, I think, the Dawn Commission can coordinate collaboration among universities, industries, and government across the southwest Nigeria. I think they've been doing that, they should do more. Now, what are the responsibilities of the university? Universities must increasingly measure success not only by academic publications, but also by 1, patents, commercialized inventions, successful startups. Also technology transfer, then community impact, industrial partnerships. Knowledge must move beyond classrooms, into factories, into farms, hospitals, and the community. Further responsibility for manufacturers. Industry must equally change its mindset. Instead of relying excessively on imported technologies, Nigerian manufacturers should increasingly invest in indigenous research. Our universities possess tremendous intellectual capacity waiting to be harnessed. When industry invests in local innovation, everyone benefits. Instead of manufacturers importing most of their machineries from abroad, there could be ones that could be fabricated here locally in Nigeria, and that would go a long way. Now, a call to our young researchers. To our young researchers, our young academics and students, never underestimate the value of your ideas. Most of you have a lot of ideas, but don't be intimidated by the situation of the country. The next breakthrough in agriculture, the next breakthrough in healthcare, the next breakthrough in renewable energy, artificial intelligence, biotechnology, construction, materials, or manufacturing may emerge from your laboratories. I know you can do it, and I know God will help you to achieve that. Amen. Research should seek solutions to Nigerian problems. Innovation should improve lives. Knowledge should create prosperity. I'll be concluding that the future of Nigeria will not depend solely on natural resources. It will depend on knowledge. It will depend on innovation. It will depend on partnerships. And above all, it will depend on our collective willingness to move beyond the gates of our institutions into the marketplace, the factory floor, and the wider society. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria remains committed to working with universities, the government, and development partners to build an innovation-driven economy that creates jobs, enhances competitiveness, and improves the quality of life for all Nigerians. Let this conference mark the beginning of stronger partnerships that will transform research into industries, ideas into enterprises, and knowledge into national prosperity. Together we can build a Southwest Nigeria that serves as Africa's leading hub of innovation, manufacturing excellence, and sustainable development. Thank you for your kind attention. God bless the University of Ibadan. God bless the Dawn Commission. God bless the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Please, let's give him another round of applause. I was expecting that the presentation would take like 1 hour, because he has surprised us and given us within 15 minutes was done. Please, let's give Mr. Aborio another round of applause. To appreciate his efforts, I'd like to invite the co-chair of REBORTIC, Professor Clementina Adenipeku, to make a presentation to Mr. Aborio on behalf of the university.
So on behalf of the University of Ibadan Research and Development Committee, we present this award to Mr. Aborio Sunday as the lead presenter at the Town Gown Roundtable discussion. We appreciate you. We thank you for your presentation this day and pray for more successes at the grace of God.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. My job is ending small, because for the next aspect of the project, it is the chairman of the Ui-Resdev, Professor Fadoju, that will coordinate it. Please, can we put our hands together for Professor Fadoju as he coordinates the breakout session.
Distinguished guests, colleagues from the academia, distinguished invited guests from the industry, members of the team from government and regulatory agencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for how far we have come. And here is the crux of the matter, where we are going, where we are now. Because the reason we have gathered this morning, this afternoon, is to rally on how to improve, to translate research into something that is useful for the society. We had this conference last year, the first edition, and there were a number of decisions. There was this decision extract from that meeting last year. For the academia, we had about 5-6 bullets. For the industry, we have about 5-6 bullets. And then for the government also, we have about 5. What we expect the industry to have done, and what we expect the academia to have done in the last 1 year. First, at the breakout session, we'll expect you to embrace this, you look at it, have we taken any action on what we said last year? Or is it just about parleying for the sake of parleying? Then two, in the various units in the oil and gas, we have decisions that we took. Economics and management sciences, we had decisions. Agriculture, health sciences, arts, humanities and education, and natural sciences. All of those decisions are contained in the document that we brought out last year. We'll give this to each of the groups, so we're going to have 3 separate groups, please. One in the health sciences, or people from the medical sciences, the pharmacy, and so on like that, will come under this A part of the hall. Then at the middle there, we'll have science and technology, where you have been having issues relating to technology, engineering, and all that, and then the researches that are in that category will also be tackled there. Then there at the extreme, we have the arts and humanities, issues relating to institutions, schools, administration, and all that will be tackled at the other end. And so we expect researchers that have been invited to please fall into these categories depending on your research. Of course, we have also publications of some of the research works that have been selected earlier on. They have been invited. And so you will get copies of this document in the group that you belong, so that you will know what to discuss and what directions you want to go. We expect each of the group to come with their own resolutions, the way forward. And then, of course, we also expect by now, as we are moving to the groups, researchers that have their posters. Some of them are already displayed on the wall. If you have yours around, you can do that somewhere around the wall towards the back. If you don't have it here, at the various groups you will see our industrialists, our manufacturers, our regulators will be in the various groups to look at what we have done and see how can it be scaled up for the purpose of commercialization. Don't forget that we had a ceremony some time ago where, at the award ceremony, where we linked you up with the directorate that is in charge of things like that. We are scaling up research in the University of Ireland. And so, we expect that we will have done something about the research even after the earlier part of it. We were told today that even at the conception of our research, we should be talking to the industry to know where exactly we want. So it's not after we have completed, we should come and take. This is the soap I have made. This is this. That soap you have made may not be exactly what they need in society. But we start talking with them right from the beginning. Now that's what we're trying to do here. For them to give us direction. Even our research in the university, we want to reshape it. We want to improve on our curriculum. We know that we'll do something good, no doubt. But our group can be better. And we want our better at best. And that's the reason we're gathered today. So we have the health sciences. If we need to adjust the table to accommodate more chairs, I think we'll do that. The health sciences on the science and technology at the middle, and then at the extreme we have arts and humanities. And we expect that we'll fit into these and I have decorum while we are discussing so that we do not disturb. If we need to adjust the tables, we won't mind to do that for you. But please let us cooperate and make sure that we have taken advantage. And to our industry partners, we expect and players and the regulators. We are hoping that you don't look at us the way you used to look at us in the past. You used to look at academics as people that are proud, people that don't believe they know everything. But we have come to learn that there's a lot to learn from you. Because you are the actual the users of whatever we think we are producing. And so we have come to learn from you here as much as we also want to pick some ideas of what we have done and advise us rightly And there was some arguments here and there, defending some of the things that we have done. Maybe some of them may not be very clear. It will be an opportunity for us to clarify those points and then get them on the right track. Some of the research work will need to be scaled up. Some of them will really need to be improved upon. Some of the steps we have followed will need to rework them. And we are conscious of this, and not to meet societal needs. And that's the reason we are gathered. And so I want to thank the Treasurer of the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria for the Julian paper he has given to us this afternoon. Again, an insight into what the society expects, what government should be doing. As he was talking, I was saying to the representative of the Honorable Commissioner that the man is talking like somebody, as somebody, not like, as somebody who has been in the business and knows what he's talking about. And so if we want to benefit from the industry, we must also be ready to go by what they think we should be doing. And so we're prepared. Next time we are organizing this, I want to assure you that we want to bring in some other ministries in the state and federal, so that Ministry of Work, Ministry of Trade and Industry, and all of them will be present, so that we all brainstorm on the way forward. We cannot stop. Even whatever result we have done this year, by next year they become obsolete. And so we have to keep improving on whatever we are doing every day. So I want to thank you once again. Remember my deans of faculties, wonderful people. Please can we put our hands together for the deans of faculties here present. The deans have several meetings. In fact, some of them have to share some board meetings to be here. And so it's a lot of sacrifices. Some heads of departments are also here to attend this program. It is the growth of the university and growth of our nation, as it were. So I want to thank you and every member of this group today that is here. We will have the opportunity of saying some thank you later on, but for now, let us go to business and judge on the way forward for research. I want to wish us successful deliberation. Thank you. The rapporteur, please take charge and go to your group so that you can join the various groups. And researchers, please take with you copies of your research to the groups and let us get going. Thank you. Okay, a little modification, please. Head-based, first table there, head-based. That is medical, pharmacy, veterinary, all of that on that table here. Science and tech, the next table. Science and tech on this table on the right side. And then arts and humanities on the left side of the hall.
regulations generally, because any investor, any assume is thinking about profit, right? And before you can sustain micro level. And so that's maybe the big challenge. Okay, is there a mechanism to test innovation within? I think all of this are coming from I think there are communities living with residential communities, and to say, oh, okay, we tested this, any investor is willing to put in money, and even if the numbers are micro scale, any investor can use these are the tested. So that's What
time you need to feel about your local government or your brother. I say your brother doesn't love you. Imagine, and they are like that. Then I asked another one, okay, you are borrowing from the Department of Library and Information. What is the correlation? One said they just have to have a first class. I said we have many first class without purpose. Why we have two purpose? So if you have a first, they say yes, their parents are pressurizing them to graduate with a first class. I said without a purpose. You understand? So I had to, I said if it is this I have to do today before I start my course proper, because the course is about oral account and indigenous knowledge management. There is no way you can introduce yourself in this class. Some of them, apart from, they've not been, I said you mustn't go to your village, you mustn't travel, but at least have a knowledge of where you are from. So I empathize with you. We, in addition to AI, we need to be grounded in our roots, in our culture, because...
Thank you. So please, when you talk, I want you talk now. Just that's how you please go to the floor. That is waiting for you now. After this moment, please, I will have the oracle itself. So please, we got to hear you. Please, don't switch on the camera here. Down, cover.
I want to ask one question concerning value. That was what prompted me to seek the work that brought me here. As a secondary school teacher there, I realized that most of our students, they don't have value for mathematics. Because
and then uploaded AI modified, which is the foundation that we all have. And design does not go without mathematics, trigonometry, and all the mathematics. So mathematics like what somebody suggested earlier. Addition, like Africa, is very important. I know that for some time now, talking about Prof.
Just 2 points, sir.
Yes, sir.
I've been quoted everywhere. NI is the parent of A. Without natural intelligence, there cannot have been artificial intelligence. So, develop human capacity to handle artificial intelligence. Number 2, sometimes the work I do today, I call it education. You make education happen. The country says, how do we make girls learn science? That is general. But the commercial person comes, how do we sell science books? So sometimes when this is come from abroad, the person from abroad is more interested in commercializing. We should not get carried away with that. So when they tell you AI is the answer, AI is the answer, and the answer. AI is yes, and AI is true. When you were growing up, some of you are together, I can call you my children. If you had a TV, you have to go there to press to change. And it was only in Ibadan here, it was only NTA 6 o'clock, 11 they close. Today, my great-grandchildren stand there and they go for NTA to this. It is again progress of people using machines to do what human beings to do. When I'm working outside Nigeria in 1988, the first time I arrived in Senegal, I got it for. But it came to Nigeria in Obasanjo's time. And today it has become an iPhone epidemic. You are at the back of a motorcycle. A boy is telling lies to a girl. Even in church, even here it has ended. Where I'm coming to again is that when the phone, when we were in our 20, if you were in 1955 in school, you have what we call it, 2 boxes of matches, and you are practicing telephone. And my own elder brothers work in B&T. When they stand up there, hey, this is up, I just call him from other people. But today, the girl in the toilet can quickly be talking to her boyfriend in my area. It's again progress of NI going in. So AI is there and it continues to grow as human beings. Now you have self-driving non-driving cars without drivers. But ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to go to your computer, keep artificial intelligence. One thing you notice is the limitations. Artificial self-driving cars are more sustainable to accidents than the ones driven by human beings, because it is what you store there that you get. When it comes to creativity, which is the source of human instinct, it doesn't go. So please, whatever you do, it's like saying fried yam is better than cooked yam. Each one has its own. The other thing, listen to the discussion here. Our discussion of most of our students is again the habit we copy from our parents. When I say children nowadays cannot work, they were not there when I was born to know whether I worked hard or not. So most of our students, when we were students, were to be scientific, you don't generalize students. I like what was said from that time when you studied what students' aptitude and so on. Two, related to that, say our culture. I think we should be clear. There's a difference between culture, customs, and habits, and fads. F-A-D-S. When I see what the young girls wear today, is it our culture? Is it our culture for any woman to open this part of the body? That one is a fad. So sometimes we generalize to say it's our culture. that's what everybody is doing now. We do it. That everybody is doing it doesn't mean it is right. Otherwise, there will be no Bibles, there will be no religion, there will be no convention. So this is just to disturb you. What can we structure this system in such a way? Point 1, point 2, point 3, when we find point 1, we draw a conclusion. We don't have to agree with the conclusion, but it's what we say. So that when we report it, it is easy. Sorry to have wasted your time.
That's all, sir.
that method, I said, if you modify that and you give us procedure, and we know how that procedure works, and we are understand it. So then another one is that this is all I'm the chairman of the innovation and education. So we normally request for applicants what you have done, what you want to do this year in your research, and give them about 3 months to have synopsis, abstract, introduction, analysis, diagram. From here we now work and some committee will start there. So we have about 1 last year of what we have done. So committee will now see that and now make us complete that can go to camp and gather some experts for this kind of start that that is part of what you practice. That's what we start. They are especially initiate so that in the next 10 years, no matter that. So number 2, the lecture sometimes policy, they don't see a lot of people last year, the federal government has the most parameter in that process, and they say it's right just the same parameter. Government policy is very important when it comes to they are supposed to go to grant for a university lecturer. When you do your research, before you go to microfinance, go to bank account, look for money, go to money for the necessity. So thank God for you right now, we have what we call CPAC. That's how it's identity of intellectual property. The moment you do something and you know that it's unique and it's genuine, you put your office there, just 3 minutes into a week. Nominal there. The chairman there is Professor Okari. You have to protect species. Then if you do all that, when you are winning and they are satisfied with you, it's from it came from outside. What is going on? So he knows everything, you know how to establish. So now then you now come from crazy. You have to protect it. So structure is very important. If the structure is not in place, and when the structure is in place, that's how we come together now. Our own to do research and get it. After that, and some people that are and some of the questions that discover that the company will bring materials like today and they bring their materials from industry. So the industry will benefit, the university will benefit, students will benefit, the industry will get important for what they are doing. So that's the kind of thing what to establish. The moment that is established, the trust is there, the trust is there, and collaboration. Now collaboration, everybody will do it, all the things go there. There are lots of good products for faculty. But what we have them to say, that's how you go change it. Thank you very much, sir.
economic impact. This compared to what is
Ladies and gentlemen, time is up. Time is up, please. Let each group bring up their points. Somebody from each group will come out and present whatever they concluded. Please, let's face the front row. I can see that we are all enjoying ourselves. Please, let's sit right, and let each person, each group come.
So I've been asked to announce to us that there will be lunch, but that lunch will be served after this session. And what we want to do during this session is we want to have a kind of recap from each of the groups. A representative from each of the groups will come, maximum of 5 minutes, to just tell us the key points that you are taking home from your respective group. So can we start with the medical group? Who is representing the medical group to come and summarize for us? Please, let's appreciate the last clapping.
Thank you. My name is DR.OLUSOLA from the Department of Theology, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine. I will be representing the health-based session. So at the end of the interactive session, we had the following summary. There is an abundance of research in disease diagnosis at the University of Ibadan. So when it comes to tropical diseases like Ebola, like malaria, rickettsia, and the rest, we have new and innovative research that has been done in this university. Also, we have recent and new adoption of technology and AI in health research. What do I mean by that? Researchers have been coming up with applications, web-based applications, mobile-based applications that can create platforms to increase awareness of important diseases in Nigeria. Also, we have new research in enhanced drug delivery, especially when it comes to eco-friendly drug delivery methods. We have an abundance of research in this area. And lastly, we have new research in waste recovery and eco-health products. The world is moving away from the use of synthetic drugs towards eco-friendly drugs. So we have ongoing quality research in this area. What are the common challenges? Number one, most of the research that are being done have not been able to factor cost-benefit analysis. And this is very important for those of us in the industry. For your research idea to be funded, you might need to partner with financial experts to be able to provide adequate cost-benefit analysis. Also, when we are presenting our research for funding to the industry, we need to make use of the business language. And most of them might not be interested in all our scientific language, so they want to hear business language when we are applying for funding. Also, we need to identify the main unique selling points. Whenever we have a research that we are looking for funding, the industry is not looking for the methodology alone. They want to know what is unique, what makes our research unique from what is available in the marketplace. Also, we talked about intellectual property protection. It is not enough for you to develop a research idea or have a product. You need to protect your idea because it could be stolen. Permit me to use that word. And lastly, we need to know what industry are we serving. When we are doing our research, what industry is our research solving problems in? Is it in tech, is it healthcare, agriculture, and the rest? So we need to be more specific. Thank you so much.
So can we go straight to science and tech, who is summarizing for us 5 minutes. Afterwards, we'll go to question and answer, and I will give some general comments.
Okay, from the discussions and the science and technology, these are some of the key points that researchers should have business mindsets. Problem formulations are not just focusing on publishing and perishing, because publishing is needed for promotions. Most researchers are focused on that. But we should go beyond just looking for papers and have a business mindset. Then, faculties or the university should have hub for testing products for marketability. For example, in different faculties, there are maybe machines or chemicals, bioreservatives that has been manufactured. Now, after that has been done, there should be a mechanism for testing. Maybe a community can be selected to test this product there and see the result for marketability. Also, this particular broken, this is the Ui-Resdev committee, sir. One of the key points says that the program should not be limited to research outputs alone, but also problems from the industry should be included as for the researchers. Thank you very much.
Please, this is a general information. What? This is a general information to the group lead. Please, we need to submit this summary to us as a committee to work with. So can we go to the Art and Humanities?
Thank you so much. Yes, the Art and Humanities, we spoke on different areas. And we divided our discussion into 3 different areas. First has to do with what should be the research focus, then what are the current challenges, and what are the solutions okay. So the first has to do with, when we talk about the focus, we talk about the measurement is critical, that AI shouldn't, we shouldn't develop most of the instruments with AI alone. Let the people who will be the beneficiary of whatever we are doing, let them be involved from the beginning, from the outset, so that by the time the implementation is coming, the research is coming, they will be carried along. Then we also talk about that the conversation should start from the industry themselves. That is the time to identify the problem, so that once we have identified the problem, we need to conduct research about that. So it was also stated that our problems are very diverse, and humanities have a purpose. So it is about values. We discussed about values. So there's the gaps to be focused. We talk about focusing on value system, through ethnographic knowledge. because this is where funding is not needed. We also talk about helping students to understand their value system, because despite the age of AI, artificial intelligence, but value is still lacking. Then we also talk about there's a need to develop better instructional materials that are localized, because once students learn concepts and they interact with foreign materials, the linkage breaks down. But when they have access to local materials, it's very important. We also talk about inclusion of design. Then we talk about natural intelligence, usually better than artificial intelligence till tomorrow, because there is value judgment, there is a decision making, and there are other things. So those are basic things. So AI has its own limitations, and the reason why the humanities, social sciences are to create value. What can our culture? What are the changing dynamics? We talk about that because it's really very important. Then what are the challenges? We talk about the language of research. The language, for instance, languages have been cancelled from many of the way things are done. So we talk about we cannot separate culture from education. So language is really important. Then we also talk about policy that is changing. There's a changing policy. Someone gave an example of whereby she developed indigenous concept for NHIVs in Yoruba. By the time she finishes, there's a policy change. They cancel the language at that level. So she couldn't even go ahead with it again. So policy somatodes is a major challenge. We also talk about the problem of capacity and communication. There is need to look within the institution to develop research in accordance with the needs of the time. Then we remember the Olodo uprising. That people, that's why the kind of artificial intelligence, a lot of information, and there's still Olodo. Many people still cannot understand, communicate basic concepts. So what we do, so these are issues that are still different. Then there's a difference between physical laboratory and social laboratory. There are two different things we are talking about. We should be able to ensure that we don't lay too much emphasis on physical laboratory without talking about social laboratory. Then lastly, in terms of challenges, we talk about businesses in Nigeria don't prosper just on competition, but it's really mainly there are a lot of corrupt practices. So when you see certain businesses actually booming, they cannot really tell you this is how they got there, because some of them, there are a lot of issues around. So what are the solutions? We talk about media coverage should be involved in Ui-Resdev. They said all these things apart from maybe Ui-Radio or TV, who are those media houses that are here to cover this event. So we should be able to invite them the next time and make sure they're able to, so that we can hear, we can communicate whatever we are doing. Then we need indigenous solutions that are localized here to showcase our indigenous ideas. Then policy is also key to this development. There's need to partner with a lot of policy agencies to formulate right policy. Then there's a suggestion, there's a need to create research innovation labs across department and faculty, so that to be able to hold our research. Then also need to have research communication by creating versions that are friendly to the time, so that they be able to have get a gain of what we are doing. Then finally, let the time also be invited. We also discuss that when students are doing defense, after the defense, there should be another session whereby the stakeholders will be present to disseminate the result of that those researches, so that they'll be able to take it up. Thank you so much.
All of our group leaders, thank you very much. So we want to use this brief moment to address any question, and we are going to decide on the number from the onset. So if you have questions, can you just indicate so that I can do one or one? Oh, Dr. Ajayi, please see the chairman. One. Any other question? Two. There will not be question from question. Any other one? Three. So I think that is good. Okay. 4 and 5. So let's come in that number, in that order. Number 1. And if you can ask, so that please come and use your mic.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you very much for the insightful discussion. So my question is, we all agree that we have solutions and we have innovative ideas. Universities have come up with ideas that are groundbreaking. So my question is, how do organizations, and from I'm representing Fair Action Nigeria, how do organizations, because I'm representing Fair Action Nigeria, how do we work together? How do we collaborate, or how do we institutionalize partnerships where researchers have access to implementation sites, NGOs contribute to field data and community engagement, and successful innovations are jointly evaluated and scaled? So what I'm trying to say is that how do universities bring their ideas to town, NGOs like Fair Action? So you have an idea and you want a testing ground, you want communities, you want to test it. How do we institutionalize such partnership where we can all work together? Then my recommendation, would be, can we create a network where we have researchers, where we have NGOs, government, like a network from the Southwest, where we can come together and create a network where we can all work together? That's my question.
Should we be addressing them one after the other, or we should ask them? Let's ask the question together and then we address them. Question 2, please.
Thank you. My question is, are there guidelines for those who want to conduct research, particularly institutional-based research? Because there was a time I needed student data and it was not released. I wrote, item said it will not be released because if they give it to me now, some other people will come again to ask for similar thing. And what I have already prepared there's a link just to deploy to students to answer, and it was declined. Thank you.
Wait, so that we won't lose track of the question. You know, the question is not directed to a singular person. The whole essence of this meeting is the TAN and GAN to come together and to come out with solutions. Please stay with me a bit. Now, let's address the first 2 questions. If I get the first 2 questions right, how do the summary of that question is, how do university take the innovation to the town? Is that your question? That is it. And number 2, is a suggestion, creation of network between the town, the GAN, NGO, and the rest of them. Does anybody have anything to say to that? Anybody? Now, if I may address question number 1.
The lady talked about collaboration. One of the reasons we are bringing people together for this kind of conference is also to initiate that process of collaboration. She also concluded that question by suggesting a network, NGOs, government regulators, industries, institutions. So I think this is what we're doing today is in line with what she is asking about. But then we want to strengthen this, and the essence of this is just the beginning of the relationship. Usually we have the fair later in the year, usually, and then it has the fair, now you have the opportunity of seeing what they have done, and then what improvement do you think should be brought about. There was this other one about data, decision data. I'm aware that departments, faculties do not just release data like that. But I do not release data like that without permission. But I know that there are what you call research whatever group in each faculty, in each behavioral ethical approval. If you want to do research at the institution, you come in and ask that committee for permission. There are procedures they will take you through. Once you're able to get through those procedures, they are sure that that data is not taken for mischievous purposes. I'm sure such persons will get the data, but they want to be sure, they want to certify. Just like any bank, before they will give you money, they will certify you're the true owner of the account, or you have the permission to take money from that account. So university will not give data without going through the ethical procedure. And once you have passed the procedure, I can assure you that in no time data will be released to you, and we can all work together to research and find solutions to our societal problems. Thank you.
That has been addressed, and my addition to question 1, part of that effort is what we are doing now, and we've been engaging on that. I will make some of this known to us when I will be giving the general comment at the end of this session. Question 3. 3, please come.
Thank you. My question is as follows. Is it possible for us as an institution to have priority focus areas, institutional, zonal-based, and even national? For example, in countries like China and some other countries, for maybe 2 years or 5 years, they have priority research areas that researchers focus their attention on, and funding is made available. Because in our own climate, I discovered that all of us are just in our little corner, doing whatever we think is important. And at the end of the day, you do some research, they tell you that this research is not needed now. So my question is, as UI, being the premier university in Nigeria, can we have institutional-based research-focused areas that can cut across all faculties and colleges? For example, I might want to do a research in a particular area, and somebody in economics is also in that area. That will allow us to connect and also help us to do more collaborations and also get more funding. Thank you.
Chairman, you want to say something on that? I will also chip in something while I'm handling it.
Thank you so much, and I smile because the goal of this conference has been achieved gradually. We'll be talking about this research focus over a period of time. And thank God that this year we finally decided to have research focus even for the next 5 years in University Valley. And we appreciate that, and we are thinking of that now. Unlike in the past where we just, and the reason for the focus is this. People today have talked about collaboration, talking about multidisciplinary research, that you cannot provide for why earlier on alluded to the fact that you cannot stay in your corner and begin to do linear research and expect to get funding. But if your research can solve 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 problems, then people want to put money into it. And that's what we have decided this time around. For instance, let's take an example. Food security. Food security as the focus of research for the next 1-2 years. I don't think there's any department or faculty in University of Ibadan that will not have something to do with food security across all the disciplines, including medicine. And so we have that in pipeline, and hopefully that will be unveiled, and the university will be told. But that's why we're working with the postgraduate college, so that even the students that are doing postgraduate studies will be guided by this, and then they know that for these next 2 years, for the next 5 years, this is what the university is looking at, and how we're going to solve that problem through our research, and everybody will be directed towards that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my chair. Just to add to that, the question that you just asked is part of the feedback that we got from TAN. For the past 2 years, we've been engaging TAN on the possibility of funding our researches. And I want to say clearly that there is money. There's somebody by the side that there is money for research. We are not saying it very well. I'm telling you, and I mean it, is based on our interaction with the community. But the missing link has to do with the language of the community and the language of the town compared with the language of the gang. And part of what they are expecting from us is the question that you just asked, the area of focus. Those of us that are familiar with top university in other parts of the world, some universities, they are known for certain things. I know in US, I know of a university that their own focus is on engineering. Not just only engineering, they are doing research for a certain sector of the country. And they focus that they are known for that. So we are going there. And that's what the TAN is expecting from us. Just like you said, plans will unfold as time, in a short while. For us to chip in, erase an issue. While you are preparing your proposal, it's not the kind of proposal that you are preparing just for promotion, that we sell, that we get access to this money that I said that are available. For example, while you are preparing your proposal, you can ask yourself a question like this: which of the socio-economic area of concern is this research addressing? Now, what is the economic impact of this? And a number of other questions. And for you to effectively address, it has to be multidisciplinary. The kind of research that will get funded in this generation is a research that is not in silos. I give you an example. I work on antimicrobial resistance. I deal with pathogen. But for anybody in that field to get his proposal funded, it has to go beyond the biology of the bacteria. It will have to involve somebody maybe in sociology, somebody in economics. For example, they want to know what is the social impact of this resistance in the community. What are the behavioral attitudes, I don't know whether I'm using the language of the social sciences, that encourage or discourage this resistance. Now, by the time the reviewer is reviewing a proposal that has those multidisciplinary dimensions, stand the chance of being funded. And those are the feedback we got. I hope in a short while, the goal will be made known unto us. And then we need to work in a collaborative way, from science to arts to humanities, to come up with proposals that will appeal to these people that have money. Tell somebody by yourself again that there is money, but you need to align. Question 4. Question 4.
but there was a suggestion from that group that the next program will be having, that for this product-based innovative research program will not only contain information or the idea from the ground. Like it would be good if you can get the problem or the side of the request or what the demand from the but that one will help us to be focused and know or what we have to provide. The question I would now want to ask, is it possible for us to get a directory for all the available that we have? Yes, so that if we want to collaborate, it will be very, very easy. I was talking with a doctor, an engineer, looking for solar dryer. So without even asking anybody, I cannot see directly. I know that okay, this person is very also so that we can collaborate. Then is it equally possible to add the address or the direction for the towns too, so that we have a directory? We know where to. Okay. So we know what we are looking for or what they are looking for. What we have to provide solutions. Thank you.
I said earlier that this is the second edition of this conference. We hope to improve on whatever we are doing. We have been told this year now that we need to include challenges from the industry. We'll go around, we'll do research and get that. We'll get to know what the industry people are also facing. We'll put them in our book, no doubt. That's not the problem. As for data on the academia, we have that already. Visit any of the university websites. You see what areas people have done and some of the work some of them have done. But in addition to that, Ui-Resdev is uploading gradually. We have started that now on our own portal, an extension of the UI website, to upload some of these things that we're talking about, so that even some of these things that we have said today, you will find them very soon on the portal, and then the addresses of people who can give what, and where when we get whoever the specialist for this or that, we're on the process of doing that, and we hope very soon we will be able to get that data online. Thank you.
Thank you, my chair. So, in a nutshell, this is a means to an end. We are following that roadmap. Part of what indicated this gathering together is for us to be able to help ourselves to discover how to do it better from the level of conceptualization of our proposal, so that we know that we are not just putting up a research just for ourselves here, but for the community. And this will, as we go home, when you are planning another project or you want to scale up one of these projects now, some of the insights you got from here, you can package it into that proposal, and that may make it more presentable to the funder. Because I said there is what? There is money. The last question. Number 5.
My comments.
So it's a comment, not question.
Comment and question.
Eh?
Yeah.
So comment.
Yes. Is that our research should be more society-driven, town and industry-driven, participatory, action-based research, and for the research, between the research community, between the town and the GAN, there's need for humility, oneness, and togetherness for us to think together, to come together, to think together. And when we can start small, when we start small, we grow. When we have some little success, it does not need to be too scientific, too big, and too industrial. then we can have bigger things coming up as spin-off. The researchers as well as the industry should be open and accessible to one another continually, to foster a community of togetherness and communication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate it. So we want to sincerely appreciate all of us. So that brings us to the end of the question and answer. But don't forget that there is money for research. But it's only research that will meet the requirements of the funder that will be sponsored. I hope yours will be the next one that will be sponsored. Thank you.
Please let's give Professor Ogunleye a round of applause. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of today's session. But you cannot go just like that. Somebody has to appreciate you, give the vote of thanks, and then make comments. And the appropriate person to do it is the convener of this program. Please let's put our hands together for Professor Modupe Oshokoya.
Thank you, ma'am. In fact, I cannot express how happy I am today that this program is really coming to this stage. I'm so happy, and it is possible because everyone here, we have contributed so much to make it a day, to make it a success. But all the same, we need to acknowledge some people, especially. So I'm sorry if I'm unable to mention your name or your organization. Please just forgive me for that. I want to use this opportunity to thank especially our management, the principal officers of the university, for giving us this opportunity. The Vice Chancellor, the Deputy Chancellor, especially our DVC RIFs, Research, Innovation and Academic Partnership, Professor Akintola. I really appreciate giving us this opportunity. I thank all the other deans, all the deans, the university librarian, and all that. Then I also give special thanks. Please don't go. We still have something for all of you. Excuse me, those who are going. The point that I want to make out of this is yet to be made. Please, I want to thank the robotics and artificial intelligence president, the president of Professor Dr. SAHEED AYOOLA, who was here to give us the keynote. We thank him in absentia. The Minister of Education, Science and Technology, Bank of Agriculture, SARO Agro-Sciences, Copyright Commission, Bonifying Packaging, Manufacturing of Nigeria, Corporate Affairs Commission, Standards Organization of Nigeria, SUBED, State Disaster Basic Education, Patrician Nigeria, LISIL Africa. Now, before I continue on that, I want to stress the fact that our gratitude for willingness to participate in the assignment of this research. I wish all the industries, that is the stakeholders, the town that are present, should give us that opportunity. And from their body language and all the way they are contributed, I could see that they are doing us that willingness to facilitate the development of the research hub in the university. Please, I want us to applaud them for that. I really appreciate that you are doing us that kind of thing. And every one of us that are working in the university, the researchers, we should key into that. So that should be encouraged to interact with the industry players. I believe that even after this gathering, within the next few minutes, some of these industry players will still be around. So I will urge every researcher that if you find any of them that you can still interact with within the next few minutes before they finally leave the environment, they are free to do that. It's part of the reasons for coming to this level. So on that basis, I want to thank every member of the Ui-Resdev committee for your commitment, your dedication, and your cooperation. I want to thank all the HODs. I want to thank all the deans. And above all, I want to thank all our researchers, especially those who have been giving letters of commendation. You are all very, very we are very grateful and we are all welcome, and we believe that we shall continue to do much of this, and at the end, the Nigeria, our university, we shall be able to, our research can go beyond the gates. That is, beyond doing research for the sake of getting awards, but it can have impact in society. Thank you all for coming. God bless you.
And now we all rise for the anthems to close the ceremony. Thank you all for coming. God bless. In the company that paid for the roundtable, please reach out to the Ui-Resdev committee.